Hello, hello. My girlfriend is still sleeping, so I cannot be super loud. Let's put that on the right side. Let's slow down a little bit the music. Okay, like this. I forgot my phone. We need to do update on Instagram as well. That we wrap it up. Yeah, let me just grab my phone. Be right back. And then I answered all the question. Quality mark. Tapioca. Anyone else? I have a fish reel. Yeah, I really recommend you send me the blog name, and I will create it for you here. If anyone else would like to start writing a blog, yeah, just write me a message of your blog name. I will open it up here, and we will help you out reach higher stakes, play better poker. Yeah, I just jump for my phone and then we continue. Okay. Volume up my mic. Let me try. Maybe this is better. Second. Hello, hello. Okay, now it will be better. Okay. Cheers. Cheers, cheers. Okay. Mr. Quality Mark is asking or saying, I see a lot of people using BBC or GTO Wizard. What is the difference? They're very similar. I think they do both amazing job. So whichever you choose, if you put your heart into it, you will make it. So it's not much difference. I would suggest that you go with what you feel in your heart, because everyone is different, you know. There is no universal tool to make it in poker. Usually the best tool is the one which you like the most. Okay. Tapioca, congrats bro, thank you so much. You care about diet and exercises. You have an athlete beats per minute. I try to go to the gym. I try to do every day something for my body. Let's call it like this, right? Sometimes it's a big walk, like a long walk. Sometimes it's shoulders. Sometimes it's back, legs, you know. I'm posting some updates in Discord server, which we have. I'm gonna show you right here. Can I do it like this? Yeah, so I would appreciate if you guys help me, you know, make it more alive. Yeah, for example, where is it? What we have, 10 kilo, 10 kilo, 10, 10, 40, 20, 40, plus bar 20, 60 kilo. Oh, it's 3 plates. 1, 2, 3, 30, 30, 80 kilo, like, I don't know, 7 reps. Could do more, but currently I'm still recovering my back because I was in Las Vegas like 7 months ago. I was deadlifting 185 kilos and my skin tore from my hand. I was not using straps, so my skin just tore down and my bar slipped on like 70% of the deadlift and I injured my back a little bit. So yeah, guys, strengthen your grip before you do heavy deadlifts. Or use straps, but that is gay, you know. So just increase your grip. And we have OG of the challenge. I'm gonna show you what my man Mugen Jin did. I'm gonna show what kind of effect he had. Mugen Jin is 2K NL player. You can see him on GG on regular basis. But this is the this challenge graph. How can I show it? Maybe this is better. It's really annoying. Yeah, let's go like this. Yeah, I can. Oh, this is picture. We can zoom it in. So here we started with NL10 or something, and around here I switched to 6 max cash. And Mr. Mugenjin started to help me out, and yeah, it was really sick experience. We didn't play many hands. We played like 100k hands of cash, but I felt difference. So yeah, really cool one. Shout out to Mr. Mugenjin and wish you a bunch of luck that you take those guys out. Mr. Fullers, which bright flavor is your favorite? I don't like blood orange. I like once per week. It's like blood orange is my least favorite. But sometimes I need it, you know? It's really good. So I would say on a regular basis, I could drink pineapple all the time. Lemon and raspberry, I would drink every second day, right? So yeah, pineapple is the one which I could drink all the time, and lemon and raspberry, I would need to mix. I would need to mix a little bit. So where we left? We left here in the gym section. If you guys go to gym, I would appreciate if you guys post it when you go. It would encourage others and me to go more often. Or if you go hiking, or if you go anywhere. Yeah, here's the link to the Discord server. If you guys would like to join forces, you know, the environment you are in, you become. So okay. So what I need to do now? Let me figure it out. What I need to do now? We need to do updates on. We need to do updates on social media. Okay. So I'm gonna do now Instagram, which I need to download again from my app store since I don't have it on my phone. Great. Instagram. Oh my god, I don't know if I even want to do that. I would need somebody to just take care of my social media. It's so annoying. And I can post on X on my own. Fullers, what is your? You like the blood orange the most? Really? Yeah, I just go like this. Let's select. pa 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 pa. Okay, it's not the best update of the century. I mean, I will give it to ChatGPT to make it better, but can you make this text read better? ChatGPT professor, też. Slurs is blood orange, huh? Oh yeah, we are complete opposites. Anxiety. Woohoo. Mm-hmm. 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 Pam pararam. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, yeah, that's fine. I don't care. X is posted. Now I send this text on the for the Instagram post. Who gives a fuck, man? Just we need as little as we just need to complicate as least as possible. Copy text, Instagram. Bam bam bam. Yeah, please guys don't write me on Instagram. I deleted the app. I deleted everything from my phone. Because they will take my brain over, you know. I'm very addictive personality. Super addictive personality. Allow full access. Okay, let's go. Okay, I need better picture of this. It's not the best. Okay, I need to do something about it. Maybe like this. It's better. Graph 1 desktop. Okay, let me post it here. Okay. Instagram. Bam, bam, bam. We will do a study session very soon. After I finish updating this, I'm gonna do study session. We have some spots to review. Wait. Mm-hmm. Pam pam pa-da-da-da-dam. What the fuck, man? This Instagram, it's really stupid. Yeah, I'm definitely not talented for the social media. Yeah, my girlfriend should do that for me. But she doesn't have time, she's studying psychology to heal me up, you know. to heal me up from cards eventually. There it is, Luca. I make a special comment for you. Good morning. There you go. Yesterday, but I didn't have energy to do anything yesterday. And today in the morning I said, okay, let's... Yeah, music was too loud, sorry. Music was definitely too loud. Hmm. Banana anxiety. Okay, let's try. Let's try one last time. Okay, next. Yeah, this is really annoying. Pa-pa-pum. Yeah, this is too hard. This is fucking too hard for me. Social media, man. Yeah, whatever. Next. Okay, I guess I'm gonna do... Go to the Binks. I guess I'm just gonna post the biggest score and that's it for the challenge. That's it. Yeah. Control C. RJJ Ryan 1. Thank you so much. Mr. Ryan, where are you from? Where you come from? I think I see you first time here. And if I may ask, how did you find this channel? How did you find me? O do Z. Pablo ide poker. Thank you so much, brother. I'm just updating, you know, Instagram story, and it's and I'm a noob in social media, you know. So bear with me. I'm gonna do it very fast now. Okay, we have that. Copy text. Yeah, let's go. Share. Yeah, all those that. Yeah, whatever. We did it. X is updated, Instagram updated. I guess we'll go to the study session very soon. Is there any other social media which I need to do? No, it's fine. Okay. So to all new people which just joined, really fast that I showed you. So this is when we started playing challenge. This is like cash games. We played almost 100k hands. Here on this line, I joined a Slovenian project, Your Poker Way. We started to play 6 max cash. Here I was still playing ante games. And yeah, from here, I think I had like, I don't know, 53 win-win so flop or something like this. I guess it was pretty crazy. And then towards the end of the challenge, like last 9k hands, we played some tournaments. But yeah, we made like 50% of the profits on cash. Basically all of it out of promotions and rakeback. We were break even, which is fine because rake is probably 12 big blinds per 100. Yeah, so that's it. Regarding stats, anything else? We did update here. Okay, let's close it down. And now comment was updated. And now the question is, what we will do now? Today we will review some spots from the challenge. And then moving forward, I'm just gonna play where I will feel the best. We will do. The question is, are we doing another challenge? I don't know. I'm not gonna decide anything right now. But what will happen for sure is we're gonna play poker. Because we need to survive, you know. We need to take my girlfriend to vacations, you know, to nice dinners. So we have to work. That's 100% what will happen. It's not a big announcement. Yeah, but we will do great study session. This is what will for sure happen. Let me close GG down. We have some interesting spot to resolve. At what times I will be usually live? At around 5:30 Europe time. 5:30 in the morning Europe time. We will usually start our sessions. You know, sometimes I'm gonna play average stake 60, sometimes 30. It really depends how I sleep, how I feel. I don't want to like be limited to one thing. Maybe sometimes I will play cash. Yeah, won't promise anything. Okay, the screenshots we put on our left, and now yo, Stoshi, really nice to see you. Really nice to see you in the chat. It was some time since I last time saw you. I hope your job is still okay. And how is with poker? Are you now playing pillow or cash? Or no limit cash? What's up? Tell me. If you guys would like to see any more details regarding challenge, now it's the time to ask. Back to pillow now? Maybe. I am playing, I started to play a lot PLO tournaments, and I think we will be keep doing that because they're extremely fun. Playing 50 PLO. Okay, Mr. Sushi found the sweet spot. How do I edit the title? I think I go to Twitch dashboard. Who cares, man? Who cares? Maybe I should write, yes, study stream, no delay. I think this would help. My girlfriend just wake up. I hope she's not mad at me. Okay. Nothing is hurt. I don't know what you mean. Okay, let's go for the first spot. So this is a spot. These are the payouts on the left side. Hope you guys can see it. Title, insert title here. Okay, let's try it. Title. What study stream. 1K. This is so hard, man. Thank you, Stushi, for help. Twitch, let's see if I can do it through Twitch dashboard. Maybe it's easier because I can copy. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do it here. And now we go study stream, no delay, challenge. Okay, let's try it like this. Done. Perfect. I guess this will work. I need to start my team viewer. Just a second. I don't want to share connection details to my server. Okay. We are hot. There we go. Okay, so we have access to server. I think it lagged up. So the question is, if it's not too early for you, let me see if I can create a poll. And how to start a poll. Let me see if I still know how to do this. I think I have no idea. Start a poll. Poll. How to do it, man? Can anyone help me? Like how to create a poll on the Twitch? You're the best, Toshi. Five, 16, 10. Duration, less than 10 minutes. Start the poll. Guys, what do you do here? These are the payouts on the left. So 568 for first, 377 for second, 250 for third. This is the stack distribution. And what are you guys doing here? Versus 2.2 min raise from Arendt slot. I'm gonna do on the side. I decided to jam in game. What do you guys think? How this spot works? How much was first? 568. 568. 377. 250. Okay, we don't need anything else. 3 stacks. Blinds. Small blind 10. How much the blinds? 5,000. 10,000. 150. And then small blind had, button had 4.5 BB. This guy 17.6, and I had 4. And I had how much? 9.9. Next. So 3 gems, 1 call so far. 3 gems, 1 call. So the question is, on the top of the Twitch chat, you have what you guys do versus 2.2 open from small blind. This is final table, 3 left. I'm actually gonna start a poll in the Discord server as well. Not a poll, but I wanna show you how you guys can make it as well. So here you go to the hand history, and we will create a new post, and we will make a screenshot of this and post it here. So the title is 3-way FT exploits, average stack 13 BB, ICM post. We will create a post here. Okay, and hop, and now I will update there. Then I will update there, like how we can punish those guys. Mr. Tool X is saying, seems like small blind should have polarized raising range and we don't gain much from stacking off pre. Okay. That's a fine argument. So far we have 3 votes for the jam, 1 vote for the call. Now I'm gonna show you the setup. We will try to set up the HRC3. So let's set opening sizings. Do we have here MTT 30 blinds, button 2 blinds, small blind open. He was using 2.2 in-game and all in. Big blind versus small blind ISO. I'm gonna go 2 blinds and all in, or let's say 2.5 and all in. I think there we won't play. This doesn't matter. So let's see. Button can play a jam or min raise, and small blind can 2.2 or jam. If small blind limps, we can ISO, and he I'll just make it all in. If small blind limps, we ISO, he can just jam all in. Yeah, that's it. Pretty simple. Let's make this 4-1-1 and finish up. Let's see if risk premiums are fine. So we have 15% and the button has 7 and 3. Big blind versus button 1.5. Okay. Think that is fine. And now we will run full tree to very low CI because it's a very small tree. And wait it out. This is the spot, guys, if you would like to participate. If you guys would like to participate here. You still can. The question is, if small blind 2.2 access on this final table, he's a regular. That's the read we have. What would you do with ace 5? So far we have 3 jams and 1 call. Okay, we are here on 4 CI. It's pretty good already. Okay, let's see. Maybe let's make it like this. I think this is fine. Okay, so this is the final table. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, so the button should play something like this. I think this is fine. Nobody will fuck up. And then small blind is playing like this. He should almost any to jam on me, huh? This is pretty sick, man. It's a pretty sick spot. Any to jam, huh? I was not expecting that. If I'm in his shoes, how much I jam here? Would I figure it out in game that I can any to jam? Probably not. It's pretty sick. So now thinking in game, do we think our opponent will know that he can any to jam? I would say no. I would say no. It's pretty fucked up situation. And big blind should respond like this. Basically jam. If that is the range, you know, but yeah. So what would be the bottom call we have versus all in? Guys, what would be your bottom call if he open jams? What is your bottom call versus an open jam from the small blind? Kadeka. Najkrajšie. What is your bottom call on the final table 3 left in this ICM distribution? Cooking 13. Ace 10 off. Nines. Thank you so much for the answer. Been a long time. 89 is saying king 9. King 9 off or king 9 suited? And Wask, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I would call much wider than ace ten off. Tell us, what's your bottom? Don't be so shy. Mm-hmm. 14% risk premium here, or 15. Such a sick spot. Okay, I'm assuming suited king9. Okay. Oh my god, such an annoying spot. Yeah, I'm assuming king 10 suited, ace 8 suited, ace 10 off, yeah. Which pocket? I think sixes is fine. Maybe sevens. That's my range. I mean, let's see. No. Think he... I'm not sure anymore. I don't know what he had. I think he had it. We can check. There is on YouTube, on my YouTube channel, there is a session uploaded, so you could actually check it out, what he had there. But I think he had it here. This is the range. So Najkrajši is live RTA. Cook in 13, he's supposed to jam that, you know? Look at the jamming range. He's supposed to do it. Versus this jamming range. You see? Versus this jamming range. This is the call. Like, if we look these bottoms, like sixes are plus $8 and fives are break even. Ace 8, ace 9. Ace 9, it's doing some money. But yeah. True bottoms are king 10 suited. And a7 suited, so it's like king 10 suited, a7 suited, king queen off, ace 9 off, and sixes. Cooking is asking, cooking 13. You need to focus on this part, you know? Like, what is problem with solver? I mean, not with solver. What is problem with this range view, you know? Okay, guys, before I tell you, what is the problem with this range view? And this is where you cooking, your brain plays an illusion on you. It also plays illusion on me, on everyone. But what is problem with this range matrix? Any clues? Anyone? Like, what is problem when you look at this range matrix? Tool X. There we go. No problem. No problem. Okay, I'm gonna help you out. So the problem with this matrix is, okay, cooking. Is one square of queen 9 off in terms of size equivalent to one square of queen 9 suited or jack 10 suited? How big would this square need to be that it would be identical to this square? You see what I'm trying to say? That this part of the spectrum should be 4 times bigger. So this spectrum should be like over my full screen, while this should be minority part. So the best way to think about like how our pocket pair is doing is to just focus on the offsuited region, right? And you just imagine like 9-5 off, you know, how our 6 is doing versus 9-5 off, how our 6 is doing versus 5-3 off, 7-5 off, 7-6 off, you know, 7-6 off and 7-5 off basically result in all combos of suited sectors which you might be afraid of, you know. This is what is important, that our opponent jams, that we have a good call with our pocket pairs. So I would just focus, you know, if I'm you, I'm just focusing which offsuited hands is my opponent jamming. And then I would construct a calling range, you know. I wouldn't focus on suited stuff at all. If that makes sense. Okay. Now, what is more important that I need to do? First, I'm gonna post the GTO responses in the Discord server. Edit GTO, and now we will start to draw some assumptions. Now what I want to do is to write some assumptions. So first assumption is what I think is happening in game when we raise 2.2 BB, big blind is jamming way more hands. That's one. What else happens? Assumption. When we raise 2.2 big blind is jamming way more hands. Anything else? And versus jam, I think they are doing fine. So this is the biggest assumption, that big blind jams, that over jams when we min raise. So what we need to learn here? What we need to learn here is that when we raise 2.2 blinds, big blind will over jam. So let's edit that. So when we open 2.2 blinds, I think most of the people are over jamming here. And they are over jamming heavily. So I'm just gonna put like I think this is what happens in game. That people are just like over happy with these pocket pairs. And also with linear range, they are over happy. Yeah, this is fine. So this is what, do you guys agree that this happens in game? That population responds something like this in game? And maybe some guys even overcall, you know, that it's even wider, but okay. And maybe they even overcall versus 2 point, you know, they even call a little bit more. All I'm trying to do here, like Raishi, is that I make the most pessimistic lock, that I'm a really high certainty in game, that I'm exploiting the right way, you know. So this is all what we're trying to do. So small blind min raises, and then versus jam, I think everybody is basically around here. I'm not gonna exploit the jam node, but yeah, this is fine. Raise 0.2, and this is the big blind response. So we locked that big blind over jams. And now let's see how we should play as the chip leader into majority of the big blinds. Let's run it. I need to show locked big blind range. If you guys would like to have access to this insight, feel free to join the Discord server. Exclamation mark Discord. You guys can also start writing a blog there. You can post your own hands. We will help you out with whatever problems you will encounter. Let's go here. So we are on 3 CI. It's getting pretty good. Hey Gent, really nice to see you in the chat. Mr. AA Gen TT. So he's playing aces and tens at the same time. He's saying, I don't join Discords unless we're 1v1ing for rolls. Okay. I don't know if you would like to join the Discord after I take all of your money, you know? I don't think you would join, so it's a lose-lose bet for me. Jokes aside, brother. Okay. Let's stop it. And okay, before I ask you, I guess you see it already. So what happened with small blind range? Not much, huh? Not much. What was the GTO? Let's look at the GTO sim. What was the GTO response? So this was before GTO sim. Wait. Here. This was the GTO sim before. So pocket tens, ace ten suited, and this is a new solution. So same, ace ten suited, we go pocket nines, a little bit wider in deuce, and we almost don't bluff open, because it makes sense, right? Why would we bluff open 2.2 if we get over jammed and over called? Bluff opens are really not that good, right? Unless you have a post flop secrets. So if population respects our all-ins with the calling range you guys agreed on, as well as me as well, it is just very profitable to jam any two and induce the top range. How much risk premium does small blind have versus big blind? 4%. Okay. This is pretty sick. Any two jam for the small blind. And now what happens? Now we will check what happens if I think small blind is not open jamming, you know? Any two. Does my calling range changes? So I'm just gonna remove some of the bottoms, which I don't think they will get jammed on. I think these combos will not get jammed on. Hand width 0. Now it still wants to call it. Okay. Let's say my opponent doesn't jam these hands. Maybe let's make him jam. Just that he misses some bottoms here. Like this. That he would miss those bottoms. Does anything happen with this range? Let's see if our calling range changes. Do I play GG Poker Global? Yes, I do. Calling range is practically staying the same. Nothing really changes. Yeah. Okay. Think we have this. And now what I wanted to check, how wide do we need to call button? How wide? Pretty loose, and on the big blind 9-6 data. Okay, sure. I think that sim we handled well. So let's write the general conclusion. So blind on blind 10 BB effective as chip leader. We don't want to leverage min raise non-all-in with our bluffs in most of the cases because big blind tends to over jam and over defend. However, therefore, just open jam ourselves and induce a little bit wider top range. That is the conclusion. Okay, let's go to the next spot. I just need to go to pee. I really need to go to pee badly. Be right back. Okay, now that I was on toilet, I was thinking, AtaTheGreat. Yo, thank you. Now that I was on toilet, I was thinking, what is the best approach as the big blind versus min raisers in these kind of situations? And let's unlock everything and try to figure out what is the best approach when somebody min raises. Did we unlock everything? Yeah. What is the best approach when somebody min raises? Because there is a chance he is not min raising with bluffs. And then we run into huge risk, you know, that we are just putting money on fire. Yeah, I tricked you. You playing today, AtaTheGreat? Okay, I guess this is fine. And let's go to the min raise. Okay, let me see what is the risk if we don't jam ace 5 off. What is the risk if we don't jam ace 10 off, ace jack off? Yeah, that's I think this ace queen and ace king you need to jam because you're ahead against ace 10 and ace jack. So ace jack, yes, but the rest you don't really need to jam. You see? So when a big stack min raises you, you don't need to jam anything. So the tool X conclusion, like he wrote, seems like small blind should have polarized raising range and we don't gain much from stacking of pre. We only gain if the guy opens too many bluffs, you know? This would be the only gain we could have. But we don't know, right? It's a game of deception. We don't know if the guy opens bluffs. So maybe when people min raise into me, we don't play back jams till we know that they are min raising, you know? Till their min raising range is legit. So maybe I should write this down as well in the notes. Grinding Zodiac leaderboard on VPT. Let's fucking go. We wish you a bunch of luck because you will need it to win that. Okay, let's write an update in Discord server. As a default approach, as big blind versus chip leader min raises should be to not jam anything that is not beating their value till they prove you that they have enough bluffs. Okay. I think that's very nice conclusion. Oh. Gesundheit, danke. Perfect. So this one, I would say I understand this spot now. Let's go to the next one. Let's open more spots and see which one might be the best sim. And this was a long time since I did this kind of sim. This was a very long time that I did something like this. But I think it's super important to do it. Yeah, we will do the same because it's super interesting. Super interesting knowledge I can gain from this one. Okay, let's make it. Let's make it. Let's first create here new post. This one, check. High RP, close to money, 15 BB, average. Understanding graceful gaps. ICM post. Okay. And here we need to do a couple of assumptions, right? So first, questions to answer. So A, how 12 BB stack on hijack needs to play, and what are counters to his raise fold gap? Default play and soft exploit question mark. Second one, understanding cutoff RFI range and his raise fold gap. 3, chip leader button non all-in open, default play and how and understanding what needs to happen to exploit. 4, anything else? Yeah, this will be fine for this section. Let's make a sim. Okay, so here we go to home, new hand. Let's make the payout structure. And that's the payout structure. So first was 9, 7 do's, 787, 637, 515, 417, 337, 273, 179. There is 56 entries, so we have 560,000 chips, 500,000 60k chips. I hope that's how it's called. I don't know. We have multi-table tournament. Blind level is 1750, 350, 500. Okay. Then we have a table of Misha Inner has 12.7 BB. So how many players we have? 10, 10, 10, 10, 2, 4, 5. And then Misha has 1.7 BB, 12.7. Chan has 24.9. Cash outside has this. Small blind has 8.6, and we on the big blind had 12.3. Okay, next, other player stacks, remaining players was 14, and 8 were paid. Next. And now the sizings. Okay, so we have min raise and all in for everybody. Big blind versus small blind, 2.5 ISO and all in position 3 bet. We will do, I think 5 blinds is enough. Actually, we will do 2 sizes. We need 2 sizes. We need 4 and 5. And all in. 3 bets we don't need. Big blind versus others. Maybe 4 BB for aces. Small blind versus big blind all in. Small blind versus others all in. Okay. Now let's preview that. Button can 4 or 5. Big blind can 4. I think everything is fine. Let's finish up the sim. Okay, and now let's run full 3. We wait it out a little bit. Meanwhile, let's try to guess. Let's try to do the guessing work, like how good we actually are in this spot. So, okay. So first, guessing work. Misha inner. Should split into jams and opens. Then faulty chain. Never jam, just open. Cash outside. Should open, I guess, like 9s plus, ace 10 suited plus. And some king get off and jam like 6-5 suited, king 2 suited, queen 9 off, I guess. I'm not sure. Maybe king 8 off, it's good to jam and you rather open lower. Okay. So what am I expecting here? I'm expecting Misha potential exploits. Potential exploits. Potential exploits. What does Misha do with Jack 10 off here? Is he supposed to open Jack 10 off, Queen 10 off, King Jack off? King Jack off 100% sure. It's really hard to fuck up the opening range. It's really hard to fuck up anything for Misha. What about faulty chain? What he can fuck up? I think he's not opening King 9, but he's for sure opening broadways as he should. I think opening range is totally fine from him. And then when we jam, he should just call like King 10, King Jack suited, you know? This is really hard one. I don't know, we'll see. This is actually really hard, like how to even find any exploits in this kind of situation. Okay, so this is how Misha should play. he should open tens plus, ace suited, some ace king off, then some offsuited ace axes. And I feel like he would be playing like this. I don't think he will fuck up much. Maybe he will even not open enough of bluffs. So this is really hard to say how he plays. And then cutoff. Should respond like this versus him. Button. Jam some suited ace axes. And click with pockets. And then if he clicks with those pockets, what he's supposed to jam back? Some ace ten off, huh? That's really crazy. Nobody does that. Oh my god, look at what we should do on the big blind versus that. That's so insane, man. And what is the EV difference if we do something else? It's not a big deal, you know? It's really not a big deal if I play it differently. What he's supposed to call ace jack off, which he probably would. Let's wait a little bit longer that this gets more accurate. What is button supposed to do? I said pocket tens plus, ace ten suited, and then I was and then some of these bottoms. And then small blind should jam a lot, man, a lot. Holy shit, man. This is so sensitive if he finds this bottom opens, man. This is so sensitive. And we on the big blind versus complete polar range. Just jamming ace axes because we block, basically we block all these induces and aces. So when you have an ace, it's a really cool, really cool phenomena. Man, so sick. And what about open jam? Small blind calling king jack off. I think they will hit that. Ace 5 suited, ace 7. Yeah, I think pretty much on point. And me on the big blind versus open jam. I might call it even wider. I might call king queen off. Yeah, king queen off. Why are we doing this from Misha perspective? Was in game your decision though, because you didn't know what the next position do? I'm like, it's not just about Misha, it's about like, okay, I'm gonna explain this. What is my purpose here? So listen very carefully. So what my... Okay, let's go to even more fundamental question you should know answer for. Like, what is goal in poker, right? What is goal? What are incentives we have, right, when we play poker? Incentives is to take opponent's money, right? That's the goal. We want to take their money. And how do we take their money? Is by recognizing their mistake and deploying a counter for that mistake, right? So it's same as in real life, you know. Every business, like the hairdresser, the McDonald's, the Eurospar, Eurospin, Lidl, if they wouldn't exploit, they wouldn't operate, right? If they would be fair and square, they would play zero-sum game. Therefore, make zero profits. Like economy works in a way where it's a zero-sum game. In order that somebody wins, somebody needs to lose, right? So every business is exploiting something. And same is here. If we want to have more than zero, we need to take it from somebody. And why am I trying to understand how every player here plays is that I understand where they are making a mistake and I'm deploying exploitation to take their dollars and put it in my pocket. If I'm gonna play GTO strategy, like guess what? GTO strategy is just a defensive mechanism to prevent you from losing money. GTO strategy will never or let's say, take this as a simplification. GTO strategy, so for example in business, you play GTO to not lose. Guess what? You're not gonna gain either. So we deploy basically GTO strategy where we don't want to lose. So if GTO means I'm not losing, what the fuck, how do I win then, right? And in economy, if you want to win, you need to take it from somebody. So we are trying to figure out if there is any opportunities here to take it from somebody. And then when you understand that, and when another person understands that, right, that you try to take it from each other, you need to do it in a ways like the perfect exploitation, or let's say the perfect scam. Like the perfect scam is that you exploit somebody and he's happy about it, right? So for example, when somebody invents something, when somebody has a really genius idea and he puts it into the product and people throw money at him, right? And he has huge margins, right? He's just taking from other people's pockets and putting in his. It's basically a product where other party is happy to be exploited. You know, that's the perfect scam. So imagine every time you were really happy to exchange money for the service or money for the product. Or for example, in poker, where you were thinking you are exploiting, right? You are triple barreling a spot and the guy is letting you do that, but he's overcalling and you don't know about it, right? So the perfect scam is that you take from money from the person and he is happy about it, right? So essentially, this is what we are trying to do here. So when I'm in this spot, I don't want to do it with, when I want to take somebody's money, I don't want to do it with a combo which will tell him that I did exactly that, right? So in poker means if you are over bluffing, bluff with the combos which other person will think that they are good bluffs, right? So he's happy about his overfold still, right? And you're just over bluffing with all of the combos which are good bluffs, you know. Okay, I hope I didn't complicate much, but the lesson here, or the idea, what I'm trying to do is understand where, like, the goal of poker is to take money from people by exploiting them, by finding mistakes. So what essentially I want to do here is find where my opponents are doing mistakes. Then I want to take their money without them knowing I'm taking their money. So that's why it's for me important to understand how everybody would need to play in perfect land where we all play defense, GTO, and when I spot they're doing something wrong, I'm gonna take their money, and I'm gonna try to do it without them knowing that I'm taking their money. So that's the theory. So this is like what you should be doing all the time when you play poker. All the time thinking, how can you take their money? If you don't know how to take their money, play defense, play GTO, right? Okay. Andrzej, dobro jutro. What made you note down exactly this spot for learning? Yeah, I didn't know like how we are all supposed to behave. So the reason I marked this spot is because I don't know how am I supposed to behave versus them. So that I know how defense should be played and if there is any money to be taken from people. So this is the reason. I didn't know how to play defense and I didn't know like how to take money from people. So this is why I marked the spot. I hope that is clear. Okay, now the sim should be more than ready. Yeah. Let's check how this is supposed to be played. So let's do it from, let's first solve from Misha's perspective. Let's say we are him. Is there any money we can take from people, right? Is there anything we can do? And let's save this sim, rename, 80 hyper close to the money. I'm gonna save this sim, save desktop, okay. And now I'm gonna just open a new one that we have two duplicates, and we will use the second sim to investigate if there is something we can do here. So let's first see if we open jam, right? What happens if we open jam? Cutoff will very likely a second, play like this, unlock, edit range. Let's first lock the cutoff. Cutoff super likely to rejam a little bit wider. That's first thing that I can see happening. The button. The button. Do I see him a little bit wider? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think much wider, maybe with pocket sevens. So I think we get a little bit overcalled, and this will be thematic for pocket sevens. Yeah, I don't think that is being folded. Yeah, and on the big blind, versus open jam. I think, yeah, this will all get defended. And the rest is fine. So this is first thing, and now we need to log if we min raise. What is happening if we min raise? We will remove this 5 blinds ISO. But exactly this is what people will do. Nobody will really use 4 blinds ISO. Let's assume that. And they will 3-bet. They will probably 3-bet with aces, kings, queens, jacks, tens, maybe even nines, maybe even pocket eights. What else they will 3-bet with? Ace king suited, ace queen suited, ace queen off. And then I don't think they will do it with these hands, not with this. What they will do with ajax suited, mostly call up. So 3-bet jam. Let's fix the 3-bet jam. Maybe they will find ace 4 and ace 5 suited. Will they jam queen jack suited? Sometimes. King 10 suited. Sometimes. King jack suited. It's king queen for sure not jamming. They might jam sometimes as queen, jacks and tens and nines. Okay. What else they could do? Play more calls. Play more calls with ace jack and ace 10. Maybe a little bit calling with king jack king 10. Something like that. A little bit calling with aces. Yeah, I like this response. Bailey, yo, have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful day. Okay, so this looks fine. So at the moment, if you guys are lost or just joined, we are looking what we can do from his perspective. We are very close to the money, 14 left, 8 paid, and we are looking what we can do from his perspective. Okay. I like this. I like this response. Maybe a little bit more calling with king queen off and ace jack off. Maybe a little bit more calling with this broadwise. Something like that. I think this is really nice. Yeah. And then the button, how will button play here? I think he will play mostly jams here. I'm just gonna remove this 5 blinds sizing. And let's go through jams. I think jamming range with all these pockets versus me could be legit. This could be legit. Yeah. Yeah, I could see them jam all of that. This seems really nice. I could see them jam all of that, and then 4BB, aces, and I don't think honestly they will bluff much with 4BB. Maybe we give him some calls with, I don't know, ace 10, ace jack. Maybe this hand's a little bit of calling. A little bit of calls there. Maybe ace is a little bit of calling. Something like that. Yeah, I don't really think they will bluff me much here. Maybe 3-bet jam. Let's remove this. Yeah. This looks pretty good. Will they play more aggressive here? That's the question. What do you guys think about this rejamming range in that spot? Where is the screenshot now? Did I just close it or what? Why would I close it? Okay, let's open it. Just previous. Yeah, this. Okay, what do you guys think? Misha min raises here, and how do we think this guy would play it anyway wider? What do we think? So Misha opens min raise. Do we think this Norwegian guy would play anything wider than this? I don't know, man. Let's make it more calling. But I don't know how more calling. I think something like this. I think that's the most I can go. That's really the most I can go. Okay. Sure. Button. Small blind versus min raise, man. Oi. Lock. 3-bet. Lock. Oh, we need to go to edit. So small blind 3 jamming range. Yeah. I think definitely not this. Jack 10 suited. King jack off. No. Ace 10 off. This, I don't know, 40% of the time. This is really hard, man, to find all these jams. Something like that. It's really wide. And big blind. Big blind will never ever jam so much. Ever. Holy shit, man. How much jamming there is. We will make it pessimistic, man. I will make it pessimistic. Because that's really a lot of jamming. Like this. And yeah, okay. 3-bet to 4. It's fine. And then more jams with linear top. And I guess more jamming with pocket pairs. This is what I like to do. Yeah, this looks fine. Maybe a little bit more calling with this ace axis all over the place. I think that's fair. Okay, I think we have locked the lineup behind. Now let's see how we should play. Selected sub 3, reset. How we should be playing here. It's pretty sick. How much are now these bluffs making? Let's see that it runs. It's all very little dollar EV here. Like no hands are really printing shit ton. But this is how it is pre-flop. But this is a lot of offsetted combos, you know. A lot of offsetted combos. So yeah. Okay. I'm gonna make this screenshot and write out the summary. So the summary is very obvious. Exploit strat for opening as short stack in high environment. Always open bottom hands. It's super hard to respond with enough aggression. I wouldn't go with crazy combos to keep an exploit. So again, we don't want to go with hands which are never in, that opponents don't, you know, we want to again take their money without them noticing we are taking their money. So the lesson here is so this is the GTO sim, right? This is the GTO sim. And what we are supposed to do here is another very important lesson here is, oh god, yeah, the most important lesson is don't open jam bluffs because they get overcalled. That's the sick one. People overcalling in this kind of scenarios. But for me, it would be so hard to just not jam King Jack suited, man. It's whatever. I can do it, you know. I could just open jam it. It's not like a big deal, but everything else. What about this? Yeah, suited aces are disastrous to jam here. And I didn't lock so crazy, you know. If we jam, I locked really reasonable responses, man. Really reasonable responses. So yeah, in high ICM, it's probably always a good way to go that you're getting overcalled. And it's just way higher EV to min raise. And this is a common thematic through all tournaments you play, guys. It will be very rarely a lineup which would overfold in ICM. This is like, this I need to put in my head, man. This I need to put in my head. The biggest thing, since you get overcalled mostly when you open jam, therefore don't open jam anything, since RFI non-all-in outperforms it. Yeah, so this is the biggest thing, you know, to just min raise all the bluffs. Yeah, that's pretty sick. And I wouldn't go too crazy, but I guess here opening all the offsuited ace X's, all the broadways, all the suited 9 X's, maybe suited king X's, you know, as an opener, really nice. And then once we do open and cut off jams, what is our calling range? Just 10s plus. And when button jams us, we call just 9s plus. Even Ajax suited is not strong enough versus this jamming range. Yeah, it's wow. This sim is actually huge. I need to save it because it's so important. Close to the money, as short stack locked. EPA RFI. This is such an important sim for like, we learned infinite here. This was pretty sick one. Okay, we covered him, how to play as him. Now we will go how to play as faulty chain, how to play as one of the bigger stacks in the tournament. So the takeaway is, first is, am I getting overcalled when I open jam? The answer is usually yes. Therefore, it's really hard to put enough aggression when you min raise. So therefore, min raise is outperforming everything else. And we want to min raise exploit soft, that they cannot figure it out, right? So we want to do pure jack 10 off, pure ace 5 off, pure maybe king 5 suited, you know. All these hands look like they could be in, right? Nobody really knows. But we don't want to show down with king 9 off. That would be disaster. Even though we locked that king 9 off, it's a very good open. We shouldn't do it. We should just keep it to ace X's, jack 9 suited, jack 8 suited, like maybe some queen 7, king 2 suited. And it's fine. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Really sick. Okay. And keep in mind, guys, I soft locked. I really locked pessimistic scenarios. Okay, let's go to see how the cutoff should be played. So I'm gonna show the picture once more. So cutoff. Okay, I managed to convince my girlfriend to make me breakfast for me as well. So we will do short break in like 5 minutes. So faulty chain. Let's see how he should be playing. This is no way. This is cutoff strategy. He should be playing so many open jams because this guy has such a big pressure here. What the fuck, man? Look at this. Cutoff versus button, 23% risk premium. Button versus cutoff, 21% risk premium. Oh my god, man. This is so fucked up. But again, I think people are overcalling you. They don't respect ICM and all of these shenanigans with open jams. Oh, it's not so good. It's not so good. So let's lock. Okay. So if we min raise, how is button playing if we min raise here? Let's try to first lock how he will 3-bet on average. So 3-betting range. I think they will pure 3-bet aces and kings. Maybe even queens. They will 3-bet ace king suited, non-all-in. And they will be using some of the bluffs. I don't know. Maybe some of that. They will not 3-bet those. Maybe they will use some of this. Something like this. Okay, and now let's go to the gems. I think ace to ace 5 are very natural gems. They might jam a little bit more broadways. They might jam a little bit of pockets. They would jam a little bit more jacks, 10s, 9s. And a little bit more jams with ace queen. Okay. Now let's fix a calling range as well. I don't think they call queen jack. Maybe they call king jack. They don't do it with that. This looks fine. And now we need to remove some of the jams because nobody's jamming with this ace axis here. Anything else to lock? I think this looks pretty fine in terms of how the responses will be. It's already pretty wide. Maybe I'm gonna make more calling with this. They fold a little bit less. Something like this. Okay, this looks pretty good. Response from the button, small blind, jam. This looks really, really wide. But let's leave it like, oh, queen jack off, no fucking way, man. Let's leave it like this. Lock and the big blind response. Maybe a little bit more calling. This they like to do, to call a little bit more. Yeah, let's do a little bit more calling. And more jamming with pockets. And maybe more calling with broadways. This seems pretty nice range. Maybe even more calling with these hands. Okay, so this is the cutoff versus min raise. Now let's look versus open jam button. If that guy open jams, he's not folding his kings ever. Maybe sometimes folding tens, but I doubt it. Ace queen, I'm just gonna put sometimes being called. Small blind versus open jam. Probably over folding a little bit. This seems fine. And big blind versus open jam. Yeah, it seems fine. Maybe a little bit of this, but I doubt it. Oh, definitely more pockets. Okay, so we locked. What did we do? Let's lock in. So when we min raise as cutoff, button is over jamming, right? When we min raise as cutoff, button is. Oh, now I locked the GTO sim. Okay, doesn't matter. We have it saved anyway. So button is. Let's open the fresh one that we can compare. So when cutoff opens, I mean button is a little bit under jamming, but calling VPAP is tighter. Okay, so when we min raise, button is tighter. Small blind is tighter, and big blind is jamming a little bit more and calling more. I guess. And then open jam, we get overcalled by open jam. So strategy for cutoff will just go into min raise, because people are not respecting ICM. I think that's what will happen here. Okay, let's run this. Just a second, I asked my girlfriend when it will be the breakfast. Let's run this sub 3. Let's see what happens to it. No jamming, because jamming is overcooled. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Pretty sick, huh? Pretty sick. And again, we shouldn't open so wide here. We shouldn't go so wide. Here it actually goes really wide. Man, because these guys have so much pressure between each other. How much I'm losing by open jamming like Kingston suited here? Some. How is this played when small blind jams? What should I call? King Jack suited, okay. And when big blind jams, Jack suited, ace 10. Yeah, pretty solid. And I was really conservative with all my locks, man. I think I didn't go out of line. Okay, I'm gonna make button 3 bet us more. I'm gonna make button really go after us that I see what happens. I'm gonna go pure 3 bet king queen, ace jack, a6, a7, and maybe some of this. But he's really going aggressive with 3 bets. I don't know. That's really aggressive now. But you know how this sim goes? When I start locking the 3 bet range, then this sim will go into open any 2 and 4 bet jam him any 2, you know? This is how the sim goes usually. Yeah. We're gonna go to the breakfast and think about this. Like how we want to approach these spots, because I'm already getting into HRC rabbit hole where I'm starting to get crazy. Okay. Let's go to the break. I will be like 7 minutes break. Breakfast time. And you guys can think about it. This was the spot. So the question is how to play as cutoff here. On average. Okay, be right back. Yeah. Okay. Oh me yo yo. Or Jojo. Welcome to the stream. We're studying. We are studying, and I'm going into the rabbit hole of thoughts. So, what I essentially want to do is figure out how to play his position versus population. Let me think. If I play open jams, I'm gonna for sure be overcalled. So the strategy is to not play open jams. Now the question is how wide I can get to open. Let's see. It's pretty wide range. This is GTO range. Because we are jamming so much, because button should fold ace king and jacks here. The button has 20% risk premium versus cutoff in that spot. It's such an insane spot for these two, man. They're first versus 13 chips, and they're not even in the money. It's so ludicrous, man. So if cutoff opens and button jams, cutoff should call, like he should fold queens here. Like what the fuck, man? What I should have in my mind here is, okay, I'm gonna min raise open and button jams on me. I should be calling queens plus. Sure. Oh god, man. I think the only counter for this strategy is... Oh god, man. My brain is firing. Because we are solving very hard equation. We are really solving very hard equation. I mean, the average opponent will open. Oh my god, this is so fucking hard, man. Ah! I can't, man. This is so complex. And I don't know what I'm gonna learn here. Ah! Let's look at the GTO sim. Okay, let's look at the GTO sim. So, what we learned in previous lock is that this I'm pretty high certainty, you know. When we min raise as EP, when we min raise as Misha inner, it's really hard to respond, right? So this is gonna be thematic for everything, right? So we should have a mindset that it's really hard to respond correctly when we min raise open. Like, what can button do more than this? What he can do more? I mean, this is a lot of 3-betting now. Let's see if he plays like this, how wide we get open. If button starts 3-betting so aggressively, like what happens? We get a little bit tighter, huh? I think this is what I'm gonna do. This is how I'm gonna approach this. And then what happens if the button... Wow, we should just jam on him like it's fucking Christmas if he 3-bets like this. This is why we are opening pre-flop, by the way. So much. Yeah, this is the rabbit hole of locking in HRC. Because HRC knows... Man, this... Okay, I'm gonna lock once more. I'm gonna... Man, this is crazy, man. If somebody understands me watching what I'm trying to do, you are more than welcome to help me out. You can even join the Discord call with me and we can look it together. Because it's fucking insane. What am I trying to do here? I need to collect my brain power. So thank you, followers. Appreciate. So when we are in his spot, right? Yeah, what we can... This is so stupid, man. Let's just, okay. Let's do that. Let's see. We open. The guy 3-bets. I'm just gonna put it, he 3-bets even more for value. Jacks and queens. Ace queen suited, not really. This also not really. And then this is a lot of 3-betting, man. Will they really 3-bet so much, man? They will go a6, a7. And then they might 3-bet something like this, I don't know. It may be half of king jack, half of ace 10. And that's it, right? They will 3-bet something like this. Average reg, right? Let's make it more pessimistic, like how they will 3-bet. I don't know. Like off-suited combos are the most important because it's a lot. Will they always 3-bet king queen? I don't know. 50%. 58 jack. I think something like this. And then we also put calling frequency on these hands. Um, I guess this is my best shot, like something like this, and this is quite aggressive regular already. This is my best shot. I'm just gonna trust my instincts here. That this Rex would play something like that versus my min raise open. And now let's see what we're supposed to do. Is there a chance that somebody will never 3-bet bluff me here? This fucking solver will now go for 4-bet. Okay, it's not so crazy. We are just 4-bet shoving suited ace axis. Because that blocker is huge. How much have ace 5 suited in the jam? Something it has, okay. There's king queen suited. Blocking kings and queens. I guess that's it. I'm happy with that. Let's not complicate too much, otherwise my brain is gonna explode. Okay. Strategy, exploit, strat for big stack cutoff. And now let's put this in. GTO. GTO was this, right? Yeah. Okay, now let's write notes for the cutoff. Let's write together notes for the cutoff. So cutoff, exploit, safe strategy. Never ever open too tight. Never ever open too tight. But don't show down crazy hands. Versus other big stack 3-bet, jam 4-bet, jam suited ace-x and suited broadways which block their value induces. Don't open jam because people overcall. They don't respect rubber here. Okay, these are biggest things. Okay, we can stop now. Yeah, so for sure. Okay, let's see. Is small blind. A small blind jamming range is pretty crazy already, and big blind jamming range is also pretty crazy, you know. So I'm happy for cutoff. Cutoff versus how to play cutoff versus Misha. So this is GTO for Misha, and Is there even something we can be doing here? I don't think so. You basically just pick that range. And again, I would never jam because button will not fold ace king and queens. So jamming in ICM really bad because people don't respect ICM. This is the biggest thing I learned today. Do not jam because people don't respect ICM. Yeah. It even rhymes. It even rhymes. Wow. My head is burning. My head is fucking burning. I'm gonna save this on the desktop. Close to the money as cut off big stack. A really important sim as well to save. Desktop save. The file name is not valid. Okay, now it should save. Okay, I'm gonna now close all the sims and we will go and we will load up a new one. GTO sim, which we ran before. We're gonna do it one more. That we have two new. I want to open one more. Perfect. Okay. And now we'll try to figure it out how to play it as a button. Man, I still have some. I still don't know how to play as cutoff versus hijack. Let's go through that interaction first. So, hijack opens, and let's not do anything to 5 blinds. Like this. And let's not jam any hand because we're getting overcalled, right? We are getting overcalled. And now let's calculate again that we see how the cutoff is playing when I limit him just to 4 blinds and the call, and I don't give him opportunity to jam. And I see how wide I play there. And what is hijack supposed to do here? These guys are... Let's pause the sim just that I lock the hijack response. I don't think these guys are folding any of that. They're happy calling all day long. They don't give a fuck. They really don't give a fuck. They might even call some of that, 30%. Yeah. Something like this. They will not play clicks. And lock. Okay. So let's run it again. Let's run it again, that we see how we play this. How do we play versus short stack opens? Very linear. And then when we go linear and the guy jams on us, what do we call? Ha! We click to 4 blinds, ajax suited and fold it, because we are just going versus nuts. So cool. Even ace queen off, man. Because the guy's jamming range is, yeah, ace queen suited and high pockets really condensed. So we just 3-bet very linear versus these guys, which don't where you don't generate any fold equity. That's also a really important thing, Let me adjust his opening range a little bit. I think less of this. Something like that. And the rest is fine. Lock. And now we go min and we run again. Oh, I need to 4 blinds ISO. Yeah, I don't know if this guy's really fold anything. Whatever. Let's run it again. Okay. I'm gonna do also how to respond versus short stack opens. Exploit. Now we first do GTO. First is exploit. But let's wait a little bit that it gets more accurate. Man, that's so gangsta, man, what I'm seeing here. That is so gangsta. A little bit more I need. A little bit more. It's getting to 3-bet only. And it's really clear where it's going, no bluffing. Okay, cool. Yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna do this. It's like If our opponent calls a jack off, king queen off versus 4 BB click, we just go linear. And also fold ace queen off for the jam because it's so knotted. We don't jam over to BB min raise because lineup behind is our calling versus all in. Yeah, this is pretty gangsta shit, not gonna lie. Okay, now let's lock that lineup behind. Never calls, never 4-bet clicks, but they will just jam pretty much like this. A little bit of ace queen, a little bit of tens, something like this. Maybe a little bit calling with ace queen suited. This, yeah. And small blind versus that click. Lock. Maybe small blind will go a little bit looser here. The pocket tens as well. And big blind. This is fine. And big blind, probably going with tens. And a little bit of ace queen suited. Okay, let's try again. What happens now? To cutoffs range when we locked lineup behind to our fold. When we click. It'll be very similar, right? No, a button should jam like this. That's also unreal, man. Yeah, we need to also then correct the calling line. Yeah, man, they will really not play like this. Got that. Now let's make this to call. Let's remove this. Let's make 5B with aces, kings. Ace, king suited. Go there like this. I'm gonna make jam everything else. I don't know, man. Like this. Okay. small blind. Let's leave these blinds behind, whatever. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's try one last time how to play cutoff where we locked practically entire lineup behind. So interesting that we go for a call with ace queen suited. But I guess it will start 3-betting. Man, I should really play these spots so simple. So if we go to the real spot in game, so let's say he opens, okay? And I'm here. And I just ask myself, what does he open with? And I say, okay, he would open probably Jack 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack, Ace 10, right? He will open these hands, he will not jam them, right? So if I have Ace Jack, I just dominate this range, right? I have Ace Jack, I dominate this range. I have Ace 10, I have King Queen, I have Queens, Jacks, you know. Pocket 10s are a little bit more tricky. What are 10s doing here? Yeah, pocket 10s are a little bit more tricky to stack off there. He needs to be wide enough. But yeah, it's so simple, man. It's so simple. And then I just 3-bet these hands for value. It's so hard to fuck it up, man. When you just think with your head. Yeah. Super simple. This stuff should be simple, not complicated. It should never be like fucking atomic bomb, you know? Okay. Now we handled how to play versus this guy. Yeah, it will be rarely... Okay, what happens if the guy opens... If the guy doesn't open jam enough? Okay, that's one more lock I will do. If the guy doesn't open jam enough, let's say he opens all of this, he's opening, then he opens less of this, but let's say he opens all of that, right? Let's say like this. Oh, aces I need to put in as well. And he jams more ace king. Maybe jams more these pockets. Let's say we play versus opponent like that, right? This is some opponents play like that. So they raise, and then when we 3-bet them, they are mostly calling. 70% call with these hands. This is what usually happens in game. They mostly call. And now let's see, how do we play if somebody doesn't split into open jams? That's one last run, because it's a lot of recreational players which play like that. And then we go really wide for value. And I guess we just do a massive fold. Yeah. Interesting that ace-jack now calls. Oh, because these broadways are jamming. Okay. But if these broadways wouldn't be jamming, then it's a disastrous call. But we understand that. So now we go like this, huh? Okay, now it gets really wide, if that is the case. Okay, let's make all these broadways. Where is the calling? Let's make this broadways all pure call. Even ace 10, I don't see the reason. Let's jam like this. What happens now? Do we go even wider? And this is how recreationals usually play. They open everything and then they just call your 3-bet. It's pretty insane. But I see what we can do here. It's really effective. It's really effective. Flawless hit, yo brother. Okay. What about? Let's copy again the jamming range. Control C, Control V. Let's copy opening range. Okay, what about if hijack is? Yeah, we saw what we need to do versus that, and I doubt somebody will open very wide. Okay, cool. Cool. Next spot is cutoff RFI. We figured out. Okay. Free range. Thank you so much for the follow. I respect you that you are watching study stream. Such a boring study stream. Where it's pretty hard, man. Pretty hard to follow. I imagine it's not so easy. Okay, so the next thing which I want to do is figure out how to play on the button, and we will first do button if everyone folds. So the spot is this: everybody folds, fold, and now we are on the button as Norwegian, and we're playing in 8 and 11 blind stack, and the question is how we should play. Let's try. So the first assumption I have is that people are not respecting the open jam. So let's first lock the open jam. Small blind should call pretty wide. I think he's calling something like this, maybe even wider with 5s, 4s. I think it's pretty legit. And then the big blind, on average, probably also calling a little bit wider. This is fine. So open jam will not be that great. And then min raise, small blind versus min raise. Yeah, this will be definitely tighter. Small blind versus min raise. Probably finding this offset ace axis. This is fine. This is fine. Suited 9x's, I don't know. But it could be on average, I can see it that it could be on average a little bit tighter. I mean, he's jamming off suited ace-x's. Maybe a bit tighter with queen jack off. And maybe some of the 9x's, but something like this. And big blind, I think definitely more jams with kings. King queen suited, king queen off, jacks, tens, nines, eights, sevens. I think everybody jams this. Off suited ace axis, probably rejammed 50-50. Maybe some king jack off jammed here. I think 50-50 on ace axis. Jam on ace king suited. So this is how most of the big blinds will play here. And how they will play with calls. Probably wider. Probably wider. On average. Like this. And then 3-bet. Let's lock it like this. Yeah, whatever. So this is versus mid raise. And now let's see how we are supposed to play button. In most of the guys, this will be a really interesting sim. I'm already looking forward. And on the prowl, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, let's start running. Running. So this is new range and this was the old range. So the old range was jamming wider, but here we are jamming tighter. And we are also inducing wider, a little bit wider. So nothing special. Again, the min raise from button, it's very risky, super risky. So on the button, just a little bit tighter with jams. And this bottom min raises look pretty fine. So we just take some bottoms and open it. So button, nothing special. We just kind of play solid. I'm gonna lock. Button, open jamming range in high RPM. 10 BB effective. Exploit plus GTO, and that is GTO. We will put both sims here. Okay, this is done. We will stop running, and now I would like to handle how to play how to play versus average cutoff opponent as the button. So we're going to this spot. How to play as Norwegian versus cutoff min raise open. That is the biggest thing I want to discover. We for sure don't want to play gems because people don't respect risk premium. So now we first need to lock that cutoff is not playing any open gems. Like this. And that cutoff is probably playing somewhere around this opening range. I'm gonna give ace access 50-50. Something like this seems really wide already. This is cutoff, and now when we call, we will lock lineup behind to do whatever it wants. Okay. And we won't use the 4 blinds at all. We will use just 5 blinds, and we will not. Okay, let's lock versus gem. Versus gem. I think we'll get called like this. That small blind, big blind. Like this. And cutoff overcalls pretty heavily here. Yeah, I mean even tens. I don't see how these guys would find a fold with tens there. Okay. Okay, so jam was locked. Now 3-bet. We'll just lock, 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 and 3-bet versus cutoff, and cutoff 4-bet jam. Let's make 4-bet click probably not existent. Let's for now just sim like this. So cutoff min raises, and we want to know how to play button. Let's run. How we wanna play it. I guess it will play really simple, huh? We 3-bet some of the suited ace access. We jam kings directly because we get overcalled, I guess, but we'll see. So once we press here 3-bet, the cutoff just jams suited ace access there. It's really nice to see. Okay, let's stop this now. Okay, so cutoff opens, we're on the button. And when we 3-bet to 5 blinds, cutoff will call a lot. It will call probably 50% of disputed broadways. 15% of that, it will call 50 or 30% of ace queen, maybe a little bit of ace jack, little bit of this, 10% of disputed broadways, then it will call 40% of pocket pairs, then it might call 15% of all disputed aces. Okay, so that's the calling range, and now the 4 betting range on average. Let's say the Rex will jam this suited aces back, that they know how to do this. Let's say they would jam all the ace kings. This is already in ace queen off. And they are just jamming kings, queens, jacks, tens, maybe tens. And then the rest pockets, let's say they're jamming it 50-50. I mean, yeah, 50-50. They are jamming some suited broadways. I think they're not jamming really ace jack or ace 10. Something like this. I think more calling by ace queen suited, ace jack suited, ace 10 suited. Way more calling with that. And maybe folding more. Maybe folding more these aces. I think something like this, it's a very legit range. Let's maybe make 50% of calls with ace queen. Like this. Something like this. And now let's run again the button. Let's go. Let's see, what do we do? And they play like this. What do we do? What do we do? I mean, that's pretty decent. I really like this. Just 3-bet the best combos and call the rest. Seems like the best way to approach it. This is like, I like it. I really like it. It makes so much sense. Let's update how to play button versus cutoff exploit. So buttons range. If you guys would like to get access to these solutions, feel free to join Discord server, !Discord in the chat. I'm just gonna do it. You are more than welcome to post your own hands here and your own discoveries. And this is cutoff response versus 3-bet. Pretty cool. That was one of the most beautiful locks I did so far. We just play solid, you know, he opens, we just play solid hands versus his range. Pick the best bluff, 3-betting combos. Don't play jam in ICM because people overcall. And it's that simple. It is that simple. It's really cool. Now the most fun part. How to play as big blind versus opens. Let's go through that. How to play big blind versus opens. Okay, let's stop the sim. So first, hijack opens and we are on the big blind. So Misha opens, 12 blind stack, and we're on the big blind. And this is how we're supposed to play. Is that correct? He opens, big blind. That's correct. So this is how we are supposed to play. If he finds enough of bluff opens. But that is a very delicate thing. I would approach it with just... Yeah, I would approach it... I mean, the EVs are so close, we can do whatever we want here. I mean, this is, for example... This is super important thing, I think, also for you guys. So when you have, this is very close to the money and very on the big blind and this stack opens. Let's ignore that he's Misha inner and we know he will open ace 10 off and ace 9 off here. Let's say it's a random Joe in your $10 tournament close to the money, right? And he min raises here. And you're on the big blind. And when you look in the solver will say play like this, right? But this is only works if that guy has a bluffing range which he opens, right? So the spot in itself, if the guy doesn't bluff open, if he just has nuts in the opening range, you are putting extreme money on fire, right? So when the downside it's enormous, right? When the downside is enormous, like if we look at King 5 suited jam, right? If you call, you make $1. If you jam, you make $2. It's like, it's so little difference, then you can always just take the most passive option. If you're not sure in the rates and the risk is super high, you can even fold it, you know, fold is $0. Because if he doesn't have bluffs, guess what? King 3 suited will lose money here. So everything is super sensitive here. Everything is extremely sensitive. So you can basically do whatever you want on the big blind, right? You can do whatever you want. And in these spots, when Misha will open here and I will be on the big blind, yeah, this is super high risk, low reward. So let's say, I want to investigate what happens if I click him to 4 blinds, right? What happens if I click him to 4 blinds? And first thing, I don't think I'm getting jammed. I don't think I'm getting jammed by offsuited ace axis here. Even by ace 10 off not. Let's say we're not getting jammed as often. He will call a lot, let's say. He will find a call with ace 10, ace jack, maybe even king jack, queen jack, you know, the guy will just call more. These pockets are fine the way they are. Maybe even like more calling with this, I don't know. But these combos here are the most important. Maybe even more calling with these hands. And 4-bet jamming. This seems right. I don't see how he would fold king queen off there to click. Maybe he does, I don't know. I mean, this offsuited ace access, maybe they don't call it really. Maybe they don't call it like this. And 4-bet jam, it's fine. So this is versus click. And I'm gonna make EP open a little bit tighter. Like this. And when we click him, this looks good. And then 4-bet jam, probably with tens. And I don't think he ever jams these hands. Ever. This looks good. So this is versus click. And now if we jam, you know, maybe this guy calls it off with ace jack. You never know. Always calling 8s and 7s. Something like that. Yeah, let's see what we do. What we do as the big blind when this is the response. So we are basically just defending hands which play well versus his opening range, you know. You just need to imagine he has ace-10 off, king jack off, and you defend hands which play well versus ace-10 off and king jack off, you know. That to defend. And you see, I don't want to play jams here because again I'm getting overcalled. So we have no bluff jams. So this is what I'm talking about. Like there is no point to bluff jam. There is such a high risk. Everything else is better. Everything else is better. Aces, kings always want to play for a click. Always want to play for a click. And yeah, this suited king access, queen access, super sensitive. Anything is fine. You don't need to play this. Ace 10, ace jack. These hands are kinda cool, so when I make it 4 and he jams, what do I do then with ace queen, ace jack? Just fold. Oh god, man, that's a monster play, man. 4 blinds with ace queen, ace jack and just fold versus jam. Because guess what? It's nuts. Oh, wow, that's a power play, man. That's a power play. Ace queen, ace jack to play it like this. Wow. That's pretty sick. It's such a sick second. Okay, so this is the opening range. I think this every deck will do. So, okay, how to play big blind versus min raise in high risk premium. So first spot is versus 12 BB polar opening range. So this is opening range, and this is how we should be playing. Where is the Discord behind? Okay. The guy slightly overcalls versus our jam, therefore very risky to love jam those stacks unless we have a read guy is RFIing to wide. Better option is always to click to 4BB and fold massively versus back jam. The guys will most likely just call ace 10 off, queen jack off, king queen off, is executed. Okay, now let's make a guy a recreational player and let's make him RFI all of these hands, you know, that we see how this plays out, and we will correct his open jamming range to that he open jams kings, queen, jacks, tens. He open jams this range. Like this. And he's opening something like this. We'll make it a bit tighter. No jack 10 off. Like this. The guy just opens very linear. This seems fine. Maybe 7 sixes. So this is a classic recreational player opening range, I assume. Something like this. That they open, and then when we click them, they are just calling everything they open with. I don't think they have a folding range. And they are more jamming aces. Maybe some ace suited, ace 10 suited. Like I will give them like this. And maybe they jam some of the pocket pairs. Okay. And when we jam them, they will probably overcall a little bit. So let's see how he responds versus that. Let's go. We did it all, huh? We did it all. Oh, the other is still solving. Wait, what? Didn't lock jam? They have just too big raise fold gap. That's pretty insane. Ford Soft is making $4. Is that really that they have just too big raise fold gap? But that's extremely dangerous. I don't want this to be true. Let's just have them a little bit more this. That they will not have too big raise fold gap. And let's try again. It's too risky, you know. Too risky. I need to check how we were jamming pockets. We weren't jamming pockets at all, huh? Versus polar range. Yeah. Yeah, no, here we don't do no clicking because they just overcall and they also overcall jam, so it doesn't make sense to, if they overcall jam, it doesn't make sense to do anything else. Okay. Sure. And before, what we were doing with this, we just call, huh? It's considered we just called. Haha. Really interesting. Okay. Let's go now if cutoff opens. Cutoff opening range we have here. So cutoff opens and we're on the big blind. And this is how we should play the big blind. Let's see what cutoff will call us. I think this is very much legit. Maybe he will even call 6s and 5s. That could be very easily the case. This looks pretty good. And this is very risky, man, if he opens all of these offset ace X's. So I'm just gonna give like this. Okay. Now let's see. If we make it 4, the guy will mostly call. The guy will mostly call this. Ace jack probably not, but I think all of this is not going anywhere. Also these hands not really going anywhere. Is that too much calling versus 4? Okay, let's make these hands on 30, these hands on 70. Yeah, there is no way he will fold anything else and jam all of that. Also pockets, all jam. This not. This yes. King queen 50-50 like this. This looks legit. A response. Lock. So let's see what we jam from the big blind if cutoff opens like that. Let's see. Solving. It's really a disaster. versus most guys. It's just not worth it to risk. It's just not worth it to risk. These are most people I play against. Just jam very linear and call what works fine versus their opening range. Okay. Okay, this is cutoff opening range, and then with 4 blinds cutoff, and we jam cutoff. Seems legit. Our best and safest play. No bluff jamming because they overcall. Not respect risk premium. Jam linear because they overcall defend hands which do well versus their opening range. Defend hands which do well versus their opening range with required RP. Perfect. Okay. So this is versus cutoff versus button. What was versus button? Oh, this is versus hijack. Did we do versus button? I already forgot. How to play button versus cutoff exploit? Button opener and no, we didn't yet. No, versus button we didn't do yet. So now we need to do versus button. Button. So button min raise into us, and we are on the big blind. I guess we'll pick this sim. Button min raise into us, and we are on the big blind. Just a second, I didn't check how small blind before. How small blind should be played? So small blind also really tight rejamming, you know, if they are overcalling. Oh, this I didn't check how small blind should be played. How cutoff is calling it. Yeah, seems about fine, so we just go really tight. What dominates his opening range? How much are these hands winning? Slightly. Yeah, fine. Button opens and we on the big blind. He raises this. And this is so fucked up, man. This is really high risk spot because some guys might not have bluff opens, and we will lock these two scenarios. So the guy min raises on the button and on the big blind. Let's make 4 BB. What the button will do. Again, I don't think this doesn't happen. 4-bet jam will happen with that range, which is opening, right? Aces will be called. Okay, first I need to change the button open to how I would have played it. This is fine. Maybe 9s as well. Yeah, whatever. This is fine. This is like this. We will log the jam as well. Maybe less jamming with 8-7 off, 9-7 off, 10-7 off. Like this. So button min raises, and then the big blind versus 4 bet jam. 4 bet jamming all the pockets, all the ace axes. This not. I'm not gonna lock that they do anything else. And call. I think they are not calling these bottoms. No, they're not calling. Maybe this a little bit. Like this, maybe like this. But they call. Okay. And when we jam, they just call all the top which they induced. And maybe they're not inducing, add it like this, okay? Add it 100. Sure. So this is how button plays, and then so big blind response. Okay, now let's run the button tree and see how blinds play versus what I expect population is doing. So let's see. So if the guy min raises, small blind is exploiting that and over jamming because button has too many bluffs now. And big blind will just go for the click, okay, which is interesting because of such a big imbalance. I see. Now let's log that the guy has less bluff opens. So how I would bluff open in that spot is I would just bluff open my bottom. So I would go this and maybe some of this. Maybe 9-4, 8-4, 7-4. Yeah, these hands I could see myself min raising, and I would induce probably down to pocket eights. So something like this would be my range. Something like this. And now let's run again. Mr. DeSantis, you came to a study stream. What a time to be alive, huh? And yeah, this is big blind range versus me. If I open button there, it's disaster. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. Versus me is complete disaster. Oh. Oh. Okay. Let's try to do GTO. This is, I think that's GTO button, right? No, that is logged button. How we should play in practice. Okay, let's do it again. Let's maybe lock exactly this range. And let's run again. And I'm gonna open one more GTO sim. No, 5 stream streak, nice. Okay, that's GTO button. Big blind versus chip leader. Opening in 10 BB effective stacks. Annoying spot. Okay. GTO. Let's go GTO first. So this is GTO. Hop, hop, hop. And GTO response. I will put it also for small blind. And now this is how they should be, how big blind should be played versus me. Oh yeah, I didn't lock it. Fuck me. 4-bet jam. Nada. Nada, nada. Nada. Ever again. This is jamming. But all of this, yeah. And call maybe a little bit of this that it calls. Ah, I'm stupid, man. I should correct. There's no A-side there. No A-side lock. And when we min raise, the other guy goes 4. We call nothing. A little bit of that. Like this. And now we can finally solve how to play. And when we jam, the other guy calls linear. Okay, solve. Bam. Now we'll get what? Everything red. Everything red. So how much bluffing the guy needs to do? There's a little bit of bluffing and hefty amount of inducing. Okay. In practice, okay, so let's do summary. What happens in practice? In practice, A, chip leader will have too many bluff raises and it's very hot spot to click to 4BB. B, chip leader doesn't have enough bluff raises and we just jam linear and call very tight. Okay. So what is most important? What is most important is that we don't jam. Right, there is no jamming. So this is the response. Wait a second. So example A. Is that no jamming, exploiting too big race fault gap. Example B. Edit. Let's make it a little bit less. Something like this. I said I would have like something like this, right? I would have, that will be still too much, right? Will that be too much? Raise. Wow, this was small blind jamming range. I didn't even saw. Small blind was really going tight. And let's lock no back jams with this. Then we jam. Cool. Let's sim. No jams. So just jamming is really idiotic. Let's make even less bluffs. Let's just make king 7. And maybe just, I don't know. Let's say the guy finds just king 7 off. We 3-bet. And let's see what happens here. There's, yeah, this is really annoying. If these guys are finding bluffs, so this is very logical, you know. If the guy doesn't have bluffs, but this I will never make, you know. If the guy min raises, it will never happen that he won't have bluffs. So this is kind of stupid to even do, right? To even do this, it's stupid. So let's just assume what they will bluff. So they will jam king 8 off, and they will be bluffing, I don't know, king 7, king 6, maybe some queen 8, jack 8. They could do it. Maybe some, what feels too weak? This feels too weak to jam. Maybe some jack 2 suited, 8 4 suited. I don't know. Maybe like this. It's what average rec will take. And then what will usually happen is versus 4 blinds, they will not call, you know, this. They will really not call. And this is what the usual case would be. Raise 2. And let's sim once more as the final version. The scene is a little bit off. Yeah, very nice. Thank you. So Mr. waffle. We have a spot where we investigate how to play close to the money. We have 11, 12 blinds, you know, and chip leader opens here. So these spots where chip leaders open in high risk premium and they have super polarized range, and I'm just trying to understand what can I do about it. Yeah, I know you. Thank you for introducing once more. So I think this is most guys which play min raises here, they will do that. And versus that, really annoying, man. Really annoying. We still prefer to click to 4BB. And then versus jam, call it off. Yeah. There is no jamming. Jamming doesn't make sense. Jamming would only make sense. Yeah, I don't know when jamming would make sense. Just clicking, huh? Raise to BB. Man, the guy really needs to find enough bluffs here. And probably most guys don't find enough bluffs here. And these spots are grim. These spots are really grim. And small blind rejamming range versus this, yeah, it's pretty fucked up, yeah. It's pretty fucked up. Small blind. And big blind. So interesting, man. So interesting. What the fuck? Just calling jacks here mental. Just calling jack stands here pretty mental. Wow, this spot I really need to be locked in. How wide the guy needs to open on the button? If we had another king 6 is enough. Is the damage control so thin? Let's see if we add one king 6 off to the mix. Nothing really changes. Still not enough. No, it's still solving the other. Sorry. We might see some changes. Now it starts to click those hands here. But still, so what is the lesson here? What is the lesson in that spot? It's when chip leader opens into 10 blind stacks. Risk reward is so fucked up, you know? Because it's so easy to induce value and it's so hard to find bluff. It's so easy to just jam king 8 off or king 7 off instead of min raise it. So yeah, it's so little reward if you find king 5 suited bluff jam, you know, because it could happen that the guy just doesn't have induces, you know, and you just put infinite on fire. If he has some induces, it's not a print, right? So the spot is either you win a little bit or you lose massive. That's how this spot work, right? So it's infinite loss or slight gain. So it's just better. You can just fold it. It's like, it's whatever. Like if you have jacks, there, I mean, you could jam because you stack of 10s and 9s, but you could also click to 4 blinds because 10s and 9s will anyway jam for you. Yeah. Learning lesson. You gain very little with finding gems in those spots, and you can lose infinite. Therefore, the best is to either fold or call. Always better to go for 4BB click instead of jam, because the inducing range will anyway jam you back. Wow, that is sick. That is sick finding. That is really sick finding. Fuck, we are already 4 hours studying. I wanted to do just easy spots now. I'm not gonna torture you with this anymore, but it was super interesting study. Now I need to figure out if max late raging speed racers is profitable. So we will just do that. We will now try to find the speed racer on max late rage and figure out if it's plus EV. So this is the spot. Okay, so let's see what we have here. We have speed racer bounty 32. Let's make the price pool. Home, Monte Carlo. Okay, let's do it. I'm gonna speed run pay jumps. 431. 3 to 6. 2 for 7. 187. 1 for 2. 107. 77. 64. 64. 53. 53. And then we have till 16th place. 45, 45, 45, 16, 45, and 17th place is for me 32 and 32 because I have bubble protection. No, I don't. Yeah, whatever. Let's just sim it normal. Wait, I fucked up something. 13 to 16 place should be 9 to 10, it's 64, then 11 to 12 is 53, that's true, and then it's 45 till 16th place, okay, like this. Okay, so pay jumps we have. This will be bounty mode PKO. Total chips in play is 1,016,000, 64,000, 1 million. This, right? Think so. Yeah. And blinds are 500, 1,000, 150. Now we need to insert the spot. So the spot is 6 players on the table, and big blind has 75 blinds. I mean this 10, 8, 25, 8.5, and 11, and this guy, if we eliminate, we get 33, 7.5, 15, 17, 7.5, and big blind 7.5. Sure. Next. And now how many players are left here? We have 59 players left. I think there is more really big stacks. Randomize auto shape, no. So let's say 2 shape. Nobody has 70 blinds, so 1 shape. Nobody has 200 blinds, so let's go 0.7. No, 0.6. Yeah, this looks legit, I think. It's very linear shape. Pretty much like this. Is there possible to maybe 0.7? Something like this, it's the distribution, yeah. Next. Average stack is set right. Come on. Okay, whatever. This doesn't really matter. We just want to see like how much the stacks are worth. So 10 blind stack. So now I'm gonna show you the spot again, and we are looking at this spot. Look, we are here cutoff hijack with 10k chips, we max late edge speed racer, and we wanna know if it's profitable. So let's see. Let's move this up. So here on the bottom, we will scroll through hijack stack, and we need to see equity, how much our stack is worth. Where can we see it? So our stack is worth $26. So clearly it's not good to max late edge. $26. Speed racers are not good to max late edge. Who would have thought, eh? Who would have thought? Don't max late edge speed racers. Don't do it. Maybe I fucked up the average bounty. What was the average bounty? Bounty pool, active table, total average bounty. Yeah, it's correct. This is how many people got eliminated. And how many players was remaining players, total chips? Yeah, I guess it's right. Yeah. Don't max late edge speed racers. We answered that question. Oh yeah. It's not the best. Let's see. This is also end of late edge. Let's do another example. This is not a bounty tournament. Let's see how much is worth max late edging. Oh, but that's not max late edge, right? This is past max late edge because blinds are... No, it's still 5-100, right? So we must have edged with 10 blinds. Yeah, it's still good. Yeah, this is a start of max late edge, $8 hyper. Let's see if it makes sense to max late it. If the stack is worth more than $8. Monte Carlo hand, PKO off. We will need to put the payouts, which is pain in the ass. Let's see if we have any structure for normal tournament even. I think we don't have. We'll just have to make it up really fast. 6 to 1, 6 to 1, 6 to 1, 4 1, 3 4 2, 2 5 3, 1 8 8, 1 3 9, 1 0 3, 70, 57, 57 twice, and then 46 twice, and then we have 37 three times till 16th place, and then we have 30 till 22. What? No. I don't have it, man. 75 places paid. I guess I'm gonna do something. 30 till 22. 22, and then I'm gonna do 23 till I don't know where, and then I'm gonna do 17 or 18 till 49 people. It shouldn't be far away. And 16 from 50 to 75. Man, this really takes a lot of time. Pastel, do you maybe have HRC this tool for payouts? Or anyone? Does anyone have this tool for HRC payouts that I don't need to do manually, like 75 pay jumps? Okay, I did it. $75 pay jump. Total chips. It's 5 million chips. 6. This is 5K, 50K, 500K, 5 million. Blind is 5, 150. We have 6 players on the table. Big blind has 26 blinds. Small blind 27, 28, 9, 10, 10. And distribution is really flat. This is perfect. How many players left? 2, 4, 6. Okay, next. Okay, and now we just load up the sim to see the stack worth. I hope I did right payouts. We'll see if I did it right. And now again, we just go here to the stacks and we see if the 10 blind stack is worth anything. It says I was under the gun. I think I put the stacks wrong. Just a second. Yeah, so I'm under the gun 10, 10, 10, 28, 27, 26. Next. I hope I did payout right. I think I did. Next. 246 people. Average stack is 20k. That holds. And shape looks like this, to be honest. Next. Let's try once more. Let's see if this makes sense. It doesn't make, no, it's $8, okay. So the stack is worth $7.7. It's basically it's basically break even. You are not gaining much. I always thought I'm gaining something by this max late raging hypers. And how much is rake in this $8? This is really interesting. I need to pay more attention to this. Like, if it makes sense to max late rage stuff. Do we have any other screenshots when I max late raged? I don't think so. I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna keep trying to figure it out. Okay, here we have another. I do one more and then we finished up. So this is another spot. Here, daily turbo 15. We just came in the tournament. We have a little bit more here. We have 10 blinds, so one jamming spot went through, I guess. But we can still look for this 8 blind stack, like how much his stack is worth here. Because I'm pretty sure late reg was not. It's still a lot of the level. Let's see how much stack is worth here. Really fast one. 9 players paid. Okay, let's do really fast. 192, 153, 122, 197, 78, 62, 49, 39, 31. Total chips in play, 60 players, therefore 600,000. Blinds are 600, 1.2, 150. Players on the table. How many players were there on the table? 2, 4, 7 players. Okay. And then we go under the gun, 26.4, 10.3, 15, 8. I'm just gonna put 10k chips here to see. 10 BB, 45, 12. Let's see that. And we have 30 players left. The average stack is exactly 20k chips. Okay. Next. Finish. Let's see. And now we go at cutoff. And let's see the stack worth. $15 exactly. Okay, so max late reg in this tournament, it's exactly break even. It is exactly 0. Worth 0. So I guess when I'm max late regging, I'm doing 0 EV. I'm doing 0 EV investment with a streamer rake back. I'm profiting, I guess, but we will do more and more of these sims, if this makes sense or not. But so far it makes sense because of the rake back. Yeah, really interesting. This max late reg strat. I'm gonna do more screenshots next time I play about max late regging. And we're gonna see how things stand. Okay, for now, I'm getting really tired. We're 5 hours into the study. We learned many great lessons. If you would like to review what we did today, feel free to join the Discord server. I updated all the stuff which I learned in Hand History channel. Yeah, I will go once more through it in the evening to refresh my mind about it. And then tomorrow I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I play, maybe don't. To everyone which stayed so long, big respect. You guys are the best. Just a matter of time if the time didn't already come for you. We finished the channel, the challenge. If somebody forgot, we managed to finish 1k to 10k challenge. So I don't know if I'm gonna do another challenge, but what is for sure, we're gonna be playing still poker because my girlfriend needs vacations and nice dinners. So yeah, we still need to earn some money. So we're gonna be playing tournaments, cash, whatever will be on our side. It was a pleasure to study with you. We see each other very soon. Everyone have a nice day ahead and arrivederci. Bye bye.